Okie, and it looks like we're officially live. Hello everyone, Nate here, and I am back. Yeah, been gone for the last 2 weeks or so, because I had to take a much needed vacation, and overall feeling much better all now for it. And now that we're back, I'm looking to get into something that I've been preparing for. Also, I've been prepping for this for a few months now. Because, a little bit of backstory, to make a long story short, I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV since 1.0. Though, admittedly, I didn't get quite far in 1.0 because I had a hard time finding groups to actually, do stuff. But, yeah, 1.0 was a different beast compared to the current version. But I've been playing since then. Played through A Realm Reborn, played through Heaven's Sword, Stormblood, and I made partway through Shadowbringers before I started getting a little bit burnt out. One of the contributing factors being the rig that I was playing on was making it hard to really enjoy the game as I was playing it, because I was playing it on PS4, and while it served me well enough, after a certain point, well, for starters, having controllers that seem to break relatively frequently, or just get to the point where they can't hold a charge, it made it hard to keep going. But with the recent release of Dawn Trail, they all finally released the game on Xbox, so I was able to properly get back into it. So from the point of Dawn Trail's release to now, I've been working my butt off trying to get all the Shadowbringer stuff done and get myself through all of what would have been the Shadowbringer's pre-Endwalker prep to get all my jobs leveled, all my jobs geared up, and because if you have a bunch of jobs at disparate levels, your armory chest is going to be a big mess.
That's certainly one way of putting it, Nay.
So yeah, I was dead set on getting all of my jobs up to level 80, so I could try and trim some of the metaphorical fat. And welcome to the stream, Kinsect. Oh, so Stormy invited you.
Ken's a good friend.
And thank you for the follow. All right, so.
Yeah, I regret that I don't hang out with Ken as much as I should.
Well, this is a good starting point, because, yeah, as I currently stand, I have all of my combat jobs up to at least level 80. A few have gone a smidge over, because, while waiting for this stream, I could still keep doing like leveling roulettes, so I got a few that have been pushed up a little bit, so I can, at the very
Hey, have you been leveling Viper?
What makes you say that?
Because it's level 89, honey.
Yeah, I've been running it through the duty roulettes. Decided to stop at 89 because I kind of want my first 90 combat job to be the one that I'm running the story with, which is going to be my dancer. And also trying to pick what jobs to level from each category because, the role quests. So, once again, starting off for the tank with Gunbreaker, gonna be working Astrologian for healer, and I'm not quite sure what to do for magic ranged. I'm leaning towards Summoner.
Not Pictomancer?
Pictomancer is good, but I want to see what the Summoner can do once it gets to the level where it's not using Eggies anymore.
Making me look bad having all these levels on me.
what about these ones?
Honestly, Nate, like I say, the only ones I've really got that are high level are Viper 100 and Ninja 91. I've not really leveled anything else above that.
I'm more going to my crafters and gatherers. Technically speaking, I've already got one job at level 90 plus, my botanist.
Yeah, most of mine are in the 40s and 50s, except for Culinarian, which is level 3, and Fisherman, which is level 8, but I don't do fishing, so...
Yeah, Fisher's gonna be a fun one to level up to 100. I mean,
I am planning on doing Omnicrafting myself, so I have been leveling all the Disciples of the Land, but...
Yeah, basically what I've been doing is, doing to get all the Disciples of the Hand up is using the, Firmament to get them up to level 63, and then from there just go into crafting collectibles. Similarly for Miner and Botanist. Fisher, I kind of cheesed my way up to level 80 with the Crafter Gatherer Beast Tribe dailies, or Society quests as they're now called. Yeah. So now that we're all caught up, time to head to Mordona because it's time to get started. I'm also looking forward to hopefully by the time the stream is done, getting to the hub city where they'll have that, like, because I've noticed that one thing they've added since I last played is there's like little vendors in each of the hub cities. That's the token vendors that you can go to spend your tomestones on. Because my tomestones are currently maxed out, and when I'm trying to farm Beast Tribe dailies, because that's another thing I've been doing to try to catch up, is get those done. It's sometimes if I'm trying to speed through it, it can be a little annoying to try and rush through it, and then just having to return the darn thing in over and over again, because it gives you that prompt of saying, "Hey, you're full on tomestones. Are you sure you want to do this?"
Good to see you, Nate.
Yeah, good to see you too. As you can see, one of the things I did prior is that I went and fetched my my Vieira build, because those are pretty much the two races I play most often are Lalafell and Vieira.
Whatever you say, Sprout.
That was something that was. Yeah. Imagine my surprise when, after coming back for such time, thinking I'd get maybe at the most a returner thing, they slap a Sprout back on my head. I've been playing this game. I took a little bit of a break, but I'm no fudging Sprout.
It's because you're not finished Endwalker.
Well, probably high time to go and get started on that then.
I'll be standing right here.
Okay. There you are, Alphanode.
No, how do I change my character configuration so I don't automatically change?
Right.
There you go.
Probably a good idea, Alphanode, because at the end of Shadowbringers, things were looking kind of bleak. I'm getting the feeling that things are gonna get a lot worse before they get better, aren't they? Yeah.
A test of your reflexes.
Oh right, he's been sitting there in the background, just pining for another fight with us.
You have no idea.
Sure about that, Graha? The last time we spoke to an emissary from Charlayan, they were pretty explicit in the fact that they weren't going to do jack to help us. Quest accepted, and now we can begin.
Damn, I thought I had more time.
Okay, so next up, catch the ship out in Limsa Laminsa.
Going to Limsa, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tatar is waiting for us to see us off as we make the trip out to Charlayan. And as always, Limsa is crazy crowded.
Well, of course, it's Limsa. What do you expect in Limsa Laminsa?
Yeah, all the expansions and all the new areas that they've made for us to hang out in, and yet it's always Limsa.
To be fair, a lot of the newer areas are pretty crowded too. It's just the fact that Limsa is one of the main hubs. Gridania and Aldar are also pretty busy too. Like they're these are the three main city-states, meaning the most accessible.
Yeah. Plus with
Gridania is also pretty decently crowded.
Yeah. And plus with Limsa, the market boards are literally right next to the Aetheryte Plaza, so that means it's a nice, good short jaunt for crafters.
Yep, pretty much. That's one of the main reasons, along with the fact that it's the Aetherites in a pretty chill location.
Mm-hmm.
I'll wait through in Charlayan.
Alright.
I have a few things to do here anyway.
No problem. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Lovely.
It's gonna be interesting to finally see Charlene after having it heard spoke of in the background for so long.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule. Or so I'm told.
Excellent. It is nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
Don't jinx it, Ishtola.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's winds are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And, once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Tataru.
I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Corey! Coultenay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
That's our call. Time to board.
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
I'm so glad I picked the bard.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent. And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Ominous. That's not something I've heard for a long time.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
God, there's so many cutscenes at the beginning of Endwalker.
I mean, it's the start of a major expansion. I would not be surprised as to that there are. And this is just
True.
And this is just giving me lots of nostalgic vibes to just playing at the beginning of A Realm Reborn. Specifically, in this case, if I started from Limsa Lominsa.
You started from Limsa?
I've had a few characters start from Limsa. This one technically started from Gridania.
Think.
Ah, fellow Gridanian, eh?
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Friend was, isn't it? Ah, Heidelin. Always good to see you.
After your sojourn first, I believe you have your answer.
Oh, you haven't
You will
actually
gain
seen
an
the thing,
understanding
have you?
of what
Oh,
I
this is gonna be
truly am.
fun.
What Heidelin has always been. A primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who could orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Sharlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Yeah, that is something that we learned in Shadowbringers. Heidelin is actually a primal.
Oh no, you have no idea. You have no idea.
Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
This Satan tells me this is going to be a massive roller coaster.
Have arisen.
There she is. Good old Sharlian.
Oh, I see it.
You know, if I'd known it would have taken this long with the cutscenes, I would have done a dungeon by now.
Home. Home at last.
I mean, to be fair, it's been about, what, 30 minutes since you started. I could have literally run, like, I could have run,
if we must.
I could have run
You do
3
know
blocks as long, stopped a bunch
you're
of
not
times.
alone in this, don't you?
Actually, no, hell, I could have run to Sunken Temple, I can't.
Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side. I pray you.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Sharlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
probably find the answers, but the question is, will it be easy to get to them? I'm guessing no. It never is. First things first, I know what that's the first thing I'm going to do once I get to the shore. Find that damn aetherite.
First thing any good adventurer does.
I mean, yeah, especially since this is probably going to be the new major hub city. This is a good spot to not just find the aetherite, but set it to my my
the
home
solitary
point.
island nation of the northern seas.
It's not a hub.
Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars.
It has market boards, yes, but it's not actually a hub city.
Secrets.
It's not as active as you might
they
think,
deign to
because it
accept
isn't
foreign
actually the hub.
students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first
Not quite, at least. Like, honestly, Sharlayan is not as active as the other main area, which you haven't been to yet.
Yeah, because there's at least like in the Shadowbringers there was the Crystarium and Yulmore.
Would-be allies.
Yeah, Yulmore was essentially meant to be the endgame area for Shadowbringers, but no one really uses it. Like, always kind of that Yulmore kind of crap. The one you're going to be visiting most is Rudd's at
I
Heart.
thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then?
Which you've probably heard mentioned a bunch of times.
Yeah, especially like in crafting the Zodiac weapons.
Yep.
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Oh, trust me, you'll like post Endwalker when you finally get that, but, you know. You're not even close to being done with Endwalker, yeah. Got about 100 quests to get through.
Hasn't Sharlayan all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders. Especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Crown has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Brahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Yeah, and of course, taking us through the ever-pleasant, joy that is immigration.
Greetings. We've just arrived
this
and
is
are
just
eager
customs.
to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Brahat here of the students of Baldessian at your service. I was
You never been
assigned
for
to an
customs?
Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My
I'm
associates
guessing you've
here
never
will
traveled
provide
abroad
additional
before, 'cause this is basically just passport control.
Yeah, I've never traveled abroad.
Yeah, honestly, passport control and checking your credentials is just pretty much standard, like, is
I have
pretty much
paperwork
standard when you
detailing
enter
your
another
group
country.
and scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Immigration is a whole different kettle of fish, because that actually means you're actually moving to the place rather than coming in as a tourist. Or a visitor. Actually, immigration is more about actually, like, moving to the country as a resident. So you're actually trying to enter as a resident rather than enter as a visitor.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen
And trust me, I am very familiar with customs. Because I've been, like, let's see. I've been to most of Europe, actually. Let's see, I've been to Spain,
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly.
Portugal.
Welcome home.
Which is not actually technically in Europe. Some of those. I've been to Hungary, Germany, France, Denmark, Netherlands,
Alphino
I've been to Florida in the US,
and
UK. I've been to Ireland.
Your applications have also been approved.
Italy,
said that,
which is in Europe.
The streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid
by plane, so obviously, by going by plane means you need a
times are
passport.
quite troubled enough already.
Even if technically you're flying from England, it's sure about this.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials only. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Options. Champion of Erzea sounds too boasty, so it's either artisan or adventurer by trade. Honestly, before I started doing my prep work, I probably couldn't have, in any honest sense, claimed to be an artisan, but now I've got everything up to level 80 plus. So artisan might carry a bit more weight, especially with the whole we're supposed to be helping to rebuild the order of the students of Baldesion.
Indeed. Your profile describes you as an adventurer, but one also trained in the rather more constructive pursuits of procurement and production. You may enter. And you, sir?
Justinian Varlino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formerly, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now? If you'll allow me...
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Nice save, Kryle.
Mistress Baldesion, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it.
She's not lying.
But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are.
lot of
But I
grunts,
thank
aren't
you
they?
for your concern.
I almost
Cryon.
forgot I've been to Austria.
It is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Charlian.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Jesus, Nate, took you long enough.
Yeah, cutscenes take their sweet time.
Yeah, they really do. Endwalkers. Take quite a while. If you get into another cutscene, I want you to know I'm going into a dungeon.
That's fair, that's fair. Hopefully this will be
And
a
I'm not holding back.
Hopefully this will be a short one, because, you know, still need to go and get the land legs back. Now, first steps first. I'll come back to you later, Graha. Time to find that aetherite. And hit all the Aethernet shards too.
Oh, I'll await you at the Aetherite. Up here, Nay. Ah, finally I found out what the hell my fight title was.
Excellent. Alright. Time to find the next Aethernet shard.
What kept you?
Well, unlike you, who's already got this unlocked, I've got to walk. Alright, that away by the looks of it.
Took you long enough, thanks.
Okay, so let's see. How many more? It's like 1, 2.
There's a couple more left.
3. Oh. Yep, 3 more.
Indeed.
I could probably save a little bit of travel time by going to the ones I've already got unlocked. Okay, north. The classic first act of getting to a new capital city. Unlocking the fast travel network. I gotta admit, this place does look nice.
I think it looks kind of boring or quaint, but whatever floats your boat, now.
I mean, there's a little the words trying to find words. It feels almost quaint. Yeah, though, yeah, it does feel a bit like Idleshire, but more put together.
That's certainly one way of putting it. I'll wait for you at the next point.
Mm-hmm. Should be one more to go, due south.
Oh, no, it took you long enough.
Excellent. That is every Aethernet shard attuned to.
Outstanding. Now, what's your objective, I wonder?
Next objective is to speak with Grahatia. So, gotta head back to the dock.
I even beat you there, even though you got the Ethernet shard.
Well, to that extent, you're probably a lot more familiar with this map than I am.
I've been here a few times, but honestly, the focus isn't on Charlie and most part in Endwalker.
Oh yay, escort mission.
It's less an escort mission, more of a just have them in the party while you actually tour the place. Escort mission implies they can be killed. And then you gotta protect them. You can just move a full clip and they'll teleport with you.
That's fair.
This is actually a new mechanic for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, they make use of it in this. They actually keep making use of this in both Endwalker and Dawn Trail. A lot of use of it in Dawn Trail. Good God.
I imagine it's a nice way to give you an option to, if you're so inclined to learn more about the world around you.
Yeah, definitely is. But I think they overused it. They milked it a bit much in Dawn Trail. But you'll find out soon. You're not quite there yet. Especially if you want to level all your jobs up to level 90 or so before beginning Dawn Trail. Crazy.
I mean, that is going to be the basic goal.
Crazy Vieira.
Because, yeah, pretty much the goal is, before I get to Dawn Trail, the only non-90 armor that's going to be in my armor chest is going to be the Spellcaster armor, because I'm going to need that for Blue Mage.
Fair enough.
Yeah. It's been making slow but steady progress with Blue Mage. I still have a few spells left to learn. Anyway, with that, I think I finally found a nice enough look for my Blue Mage.
You know, I don't know why, but I just kind of want to prank you in the butt right now with my blades. Are you wearing a blindfold?
Yes.
I only have one word for you.
Oh?
Run. I'd definitely like to test your metal now.
Considering that you're got,
but I don't think it'd be a good idea.
Considering that you're a full 10 levels higher than me, yeah, probably not.
Not even in the Wolves Den, where there's like level advantage isn't a thing. You know, actually, next time you end up in a long ass cutscene, I'm queuing for Frontline. I have a duty roulette for Frontline, so I could do it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the ones I'm not really all that good at PvP, but I still run the Frontline roulette because holy crap, it gives you so much experience.
Oh, it absolutely does. I'll probably end up going in as like end up queuing as machinist, but fine as bar.
Yeah, that's fair, because I'm pretty sure that you can change your job while you're in there and it'll still give you the experience for the one you queued up on.
Yeah, that's a well-known thing. And if it was a bug, they would have patched it by now if it was a bug, so I think it's intentional.
appear to be the market board.
Very much so. I should point out that the gear I'm wearing for Viper is actually a glamour. It's not actually the actual appearance of that gear. The gear I'm wearing on Viper is actually like really high level stuff. It's like my level 7, 10 stuff. I would have higher, but I've not bothered to get the high level, like the end game raid stuff yet. So it's just green crafted end game.
Yeah, I'm both long ways of worrying about end game stuff.
Yeah, I mean, technically, my non-crafted gear before I had that was my level 700 blue. My level 700 blue, which was like, easily enough for me to get into raids. But I got level 710. It's like, why the hell not, you know?
Yeah, though that does remind me that at some point I'm going to need to try and sell down to try and to get into some of the EX extreme primals, so I can try and get the rest of those mounts that I missed out on. Because
yeah,
I do like to collect those mounts, but oof, I'm not at a point where some of the lower ones I can solo them yet, if they're even soloable. That is.
Oh, the primals? No, they're not.
Yeah. I mean,
if they're trials, then I don't think they are. You might be able to. It is Dawn Trail. Endwalker, I mean, so yeah.
Yeah, so.
I wouldn't recommend it though.
Yeah, because I'm probably not gonna even be it. Because right now, I just first need to finish working on the Stormblood mounts.
I'd recommend going in with a group if you want to do the EX stuff. I mean, EX primals as a solo. You remember your level gets leveled down, right? Including your gear rating.
Yeah. Yeah, though there is doing the unsynced parties.
Yeah, very fair.
I mean, that's basically how I kind of power through the Wonder Tales book, is just taking my Blue Mage and going unsynced into all those trials so I can try and get those. I still have yet to get a 3 streak over in one of those yet.
I still haven't even leveled Blue Mage. I got like 1 kill with Blue Mage, that's about it.
Yeah. Well, I'd recommend, though, it's more dangerous if you're at a low level, so you might need if you want to go from a low level, you might need like basically an Overwatch with you to keep you alive. Is an area over in Shadowbringers, because it's over in the Tempest. Let me check. Yeah, over in the
Nay, I have a single spell as Blue Mage. That's it.
So yeah, so it sounds like basically the strat there would be to basically have you tag and have someone else get the kill. How I ended up power leveling Blue Mage is that I went to that spot in the Tempest where there's these kind of worm things, and there's one enemy there that if you get close to them, it eats the worm and it gives it an insta kill, so you can get experience. And I went from like level 50 to 80 in like 2 hours.
Jesus, freaking hell, Knight.
It was a really effective. It was a really effective leveling strat.
still freakishly tall. Yeah, the irony is, like, normally I'm the tall one. Well, that's when we play WoW. Actually, no, when we play WoW, we're the same height, because we both play Valpera. We need to see if we can get Shads back into that action.
Yeah. Yep.
But if we die, you realize if we, you realize if we die in hardcore, we're fucked, right? Like, one of us dies, we wipe. If a single one of us dies, the party is wiped, and we have to roll completely new characters.
Yeah, I still remember that first time we did hardcore when we got into a literal dead end, and I was doing my best to try and run for my dear life, and well, I tried.
There is a reason I made my second character a paladin, because I know paladins have self-heal, because they can spec into healer. Yeah. They're heavily armored and they can heal. That was the important, very, very important thing for that.
I honestly don't remember. It's been such a while. I don't remember what was the class I rolled up on that second character.
I think you were also a paladin, or at the very least a warrior. I know that my first one was a hunter, and it was a big mistake picking hunter. Oh wait, no, weren't you a warlock? Yeah, I think you were a warlock. What are these chances was?
Yeah, maybe I'll have to log in and take a little look-see at some point. I think worst case scenario, if we on a hardcore, if we do end up wiping again at some point, I think next one will be a rogue. A rogue. So, you know, lock picking.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Because it's been so long since we actually have done like an actual thing with the Archbishop on WoW, and because I've been so active in other things, especially 14, I actually had to cancel my WoW sub just to save money.
That is fair.
So I had to do the same with the Star Wars The Republic, and I virtually never cancelled my Star Wars The Republic sub because I used to be so active on it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
It's been quite a pride actually until money started getting tight. Like, yeah, I had to cancel my Republic sub.
I mean, it sounded like not too long ago there was some flickers that the Archbishop might be riding sometime soon, but so far nothing concrete yet.
Yeah, honestly, the main thing there is mostly because, like, the reason we haven't continued back now, I gotta say, is, like, mostly because, like, one thing, had I actually known that I wouldn't be doing, like, D&D one-shots on Mondays, because it's looking like I'm doing my D&D one-shot group on, like, a Saturday, hopefully it's looking like, just have to do it today. If it's not a Monday, then that means I am absolutely free on Mondays, if the one-shot doesn't take care of this Mondays. But obviously we got like the watch party on Fridays, so that means that day is taken up. Yeah. But yeah, Mondays I'm actually free, so as long as we actually have a day where we can, honestly we can do what we can do it for 14 before, you know, like we're doing now.
Oh yeah, definitely be fun to get shadow in on this for. I mean, our speeches are our speeches, whether we're in WoW or Final Fantasy.
Yeah, we probably wouldn't be okay actually making a guild called the Auspicious. They're a bit more picky about names like that in 14, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, that's...
WoW is a little more freeform with letting you get away with jokey names like that. Even if it's misspelling and a corruption of the way it's spelled, I think the fact that 14's a bigger game, we're probably going to take someone off.
Yeah, I mean, a great example of how they are with that is with the profanity filter, because for some reason with the Xbox version of the profanity filter, even if you turn off the profanity filter on the Xbox and in the game, it still censors things.
They're a bit more strict with profanity and jokey non-profanity. 14.
Yeah.
They're on WoW.
They
probably let us get away with it saying it on stream, but not like actually having it in game. Besides, we might end up getting rid of if we did make a guild like that, or not guild, like
Free Company.
Free Company, yeah. If we had a free company, they would probably get reported.
Yeah.
14 players are a bit more likely to report you for that. And we could still make a crossworld link shell because I'm in at least one crossworld link shell.
Yeah.
It's not on this data center though. Since I'm usually on Primal, not Ether, and that's why I'm a traveler, not wanderer. Because I'm traveling here from the Primal data center. My crossworld link shell does have a jokey name, but it's a crossworld link shell, so there's a little more leeway with that. Free companies though are a bit more likely to get reported for being naughty.
That's fair.
Especially since you have to have an abbreviation at the end of the name. Like with Steam groups, you have to have an abbreviation for Steam group, unless they change that. Well, Titan again, how long you take cutscenes now?
I mean, I try and take my time to read what's going on properly.
Well, to be fair, if they're actually using like actual spoken dialogue rather than the reading stuff, you can just put an autoplay, you know that, right? Instead of the spoken dialogue only.
Yeah. In this case, there is no spoken dialogue, so I do have to read.
Yeah, that'll do it. One of the things I find is because I read so much in terms of just in general, I read a lot of both, actually I read a heck of a lot. I read a lot of I read a lot of Discord messages, I read a lot of fan fictions, I read a lot of regular fiction, non-fiction, Wikipedia entries, and that. Generally, I read a lot. If I'm not playing video games or working, I'm not playing video games, or working, or sleeping, I am probably reading.
Yeah, I am.
Or that, or I'm having a conversation with someone while on the road in a car.
Yeah, for me, I'm a bit of a slower reader, it would seem.
Yeah, I've just mostly developed, in my case, I've just developed the habit of reading quickly because I read so much. Because I read so very frequently, I've always been a bit of a quick reader, but I read even more quickly now, just because I just read, constantly. One of my favorite habits is reading. It's one of my favorite pastimes. I just love it. I can lose myself. Though most of the time, since I don't have many books, I just end up reading a lot of fanfics. But I have some rather discerning standards.
It's fine, Moriange. We're all here now.
And by that, I mean I won't just read anything. I won't just read any old fanfic. I actually try to read stuff that's actually tasteful. You know, it's actually decently made. You know, I know fanfiction gets a bad rap for being cringe, but
I mean, some fan fictions out there are really high quality.
Which may aid us in achieving that goal.
Just off the top of my head, I want to say, Fallout Equestria.
Oh, that's a big example.
Which has come over Charlian.
Yeah, it's one of the big name examples. That one's so big it's got its own wiki. But I won't read the ones that
This alone guarantees
a self-insert coffee shop thing. Something cringy like that. I'm not gonna read something like that. No, absolutely not.
The bibliotheques, for example.
Some self-inserts can be interesting, but it depends on how they're done. And mostly it depends on the setting. Say, Little Pony, for example, it's got a lot of It's a very modular setting, and so it's very open setting. It's got a lot of background characters, and it's got a lot of room for self-insert that you can just easily slot yourself into, as long as you're not like directly derailing the main plot. Unless it's like something like, kind of story that would allow that.
Yet
Unlike,
despite
say,
our diverse factions
like,
and
on the flip side, you
philosophies,
got something with a
the
very,
recent
very
vote to
rigid
deny
kind of
Eorzea's
structure, like,
request for assistance
and very rigid
was
world building, like,
unanimous.
say, Sailor
Even
Moon,
more
as an
concerning
example.
was the fact that many cited other
You
more
can't just
pressing
add yourself
duties
as the next, as, like,
justification
the Sailor
for their
Guardian
recalcitrance.
of, Phobos.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones.
Especially since,
'Twas as
like,
if,
Sailor
having
Mars is
stared
one of Sailor Mars'
unblinking into the
ravens,
face of
Phobos,
impending
the Emperor's
doom,
Deimos. But, you
it
know.
simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
I've read Sailor Moon, yes. But, like, that's a good example. I mean, okay, I will say, in the case of that, yeah, that's a bit of...
A mystery
You
indeed.
do have the...
and
I
one
mean, in
which I
case of,
ask
like,
for your
Sailor
help
Moon,
to
you have a
solve.
couple crossovers.
Our future may
You've
depend
got,
on
like,
it.
say, the rather famous Fuku Fic, which is a crossover with the Ranma stories. Usually it ends up with, more specifically, Ranma as a sailor. Which can be any of them, including a fan-made one, usually.
As for our second potential
It's actually
path,
its own category.
it concerns a request made directly to the
Hell, it's even got
students
its
of
own page of
Baldesion.
TV tropes. It's such a big category. And it's such a big crossover. It's like
Our
the primary
organisation was
crossover between
founded
those two.
primarily to study
Between those
strange and
two,
unexplained phenomena the
between
world
anything
over.
on fanfiction.net, for
Mysterious
example,
relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so
like
forth.
AO3 or any of the other places.
Compared to our more
Except for the name
isolationist Charlian colleagues, we have strong connections
That is
overseas,
like the main
namely
crossover
with
is Sailor
scholars and
Moon Ranma.
academics who share our passion for the unknown.
Because they're very compatible settings.
The request in
But you couldn't,
question
like, neither
comes
of those
from
settings,
one such
however, is a very good setting for a
Nadana,
self-insert.
an alchemist residing
They're not
in
really
distant
compatible with it, 'cause
Favner.
they're very... Well, the world building is
Her
very
missive
tightly,
describes the sudden
tightly
appearance
focused
of a
around
tower
the central cast.
and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a
Whereas,
lunar
like, say,
primal.
Marvel Pony, that is a little more freeform. Even Final Fantasy is more freeform.
In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat Han, the individual who governs the city-state,
But again, I read a
has
lot of
instructed the alchemists to find a
of
means
things.
to
Hell,
deal
some I've
with this
actually
fire.
read like multiple times.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition.
Did you know I actually found a
One
fic that
rather
actually
unlike
once
that
actually
of their
featured
Uldan
like Shad's
counterparts.
DOI of all things?
Really?
They're kind of, some of them are kind of cringy, and one of them was like a mostly jokey kind of thing. It was, to be fair, let's be fair, a lot of the EOI stuff was, a lot of the EOI fan stuff was kind of made by the rabid fanboys. Some of them it's more tasteful, but it's like, you're walking a fine line trying to find anything decent.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, because like,
It is possible,
I know
no,
how much
probable,
like,
that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzeal.
the thing is about the
or
elements
her
of
Far
sanity
Eastern
when Shad's made
allies.
them is... I remember I know
They
that
do,
basically
in
he
fact,
made them
appear to have a
with like,
strategy in mind.
I
though
want to
it
say he
will
made them like in
require
his
further
edgy
research.
teen,
To
like
that
edgy
end,
late
they have
teen years.
requested an introduction to a
And that would
capable
be probably
warrior
what he'd say
shielded
himself.
by the blessing of light.
But there's also a lot. They did have a lot of potential, which is unfortunately they were wasted because rabid fanboys. But I get
Assuming we divide
why
our forces
they got
to
the
pursue
popularity
both of
without
Klar's
the
lines of
rabidness. It's
inquiry,
like,
and having you join the group heading to
it's one of the
Favner
rules of the
would
internet
seem the
is the
obvious
more
choice.
wholesome and pure something is, more satisfying it is to corrupt it. And you know, you're corrupting the entire main six into these TF2 freaks.
But the
or
investigation in
these
Charlian is of vital importance as well.
I can see the appeal,
Equal,
I still
think,
do.
to the Thavnarian one.
It's one of my
Given
first
that the
videos I
fate
saw
of the
from
world
Shad's
may
was
hinge on
like
the results
the
of
AOI,
both.
but I watched his other stuff as well. So it's like, oh hey, cool, this guy does some pretty cool stuff. Then I eventually became friends with him. It's like,
Yes.
but yeah,
it is quite
knowing
the
that, knowing what I do about like the elements of the Insanity storyline,
Though
and how
it
it
is
went.
a great imposition and an
Well, not
altogether
the
too
storyline,
common
but like
one,
everything that
our
went
efforts
down in
would be more likely
Insanity,
to
the Rabid
succeed
fans
were
and all
you
the
to lead the
drama
charge on
and
both fronts.
the craziness. I get why Shad is so burnt out and doesn't want to finish it. I mean, he wants to finish it, but he doesn't have the motivation, like,
You are indeed our champion.
work on it as the primary thing.
As to which
Because
task
there's
to
so
tackle
many
first, we will
people,
defer
like,
to your decision.
even today on
Let us
Twitch,
next decide how everyone
you will get
else
the
might
occasional
best be
person,
assigned.
especially during a Gmod stream, when you'll get just a random person asking, when will the next UI video be out? And either myself or someone else will have to answer in the chat or in the VC. It'll be done when it's done. Please don't, please don't bug Shads about this. He's already got enough on his plate, and it just doesn't have the motivation to like finish that.
Yeah.
It's like so many people have pushed him, burnt him out on it.
Yeah.
It's like
it'll be done with.
constant.
It'll be done when it's done, and pestering him is only going to make it get done slower.
The main problem with like the elements of Insanity I always found was like Shad's kind of like has had to actually scale it down because he kind of overestimated how much he was gonna be hit and how much motivation he would have, and I think a lot of that is because it's like so many people that just burn him out by like just walling him down by asking for more and more and more. It's like, when's the next one be? When's the next one gonna be? When's the next one be? You know, it's like.
Yeah, I mean,
I get that it's popular, but give the man a break.
Yeah, I kind of get that. I mean, there's a lot of like indie animations I've come to watch recently, and some of them I love and would love to get more of them. But at the same time, I am not going to pester the creators because I want them to be able to enjoy it. I want it to be done and done well, and I know that's something that takes time. And
there's also the fact that Shads is one guy. He's not like got an entire team working on this.
Yeah, that is another thing.
There is a team work. There is a team doing some of the other projects, like Untold Darkness.
As for myself,
like
I
working
shall continue
on
what
some
I've
of the
begun in
episodes of
Charlotte.
that.
I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And Shads does most of the animation
and thereby
himself,
gain access to a greater range
whereas
of reading material.
most of the other stuff that's like Frontal Darkness, Paper and Ink and whatnot, yeah, there's voice acting and a lot of the stuff goes into it. Most of it is
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
But he's also got work for SMG4 and Paramancer, so he doesn't have a lot of time to work on his own stuff alongside streaming.
Alice and I would also like to help. If you
Fortunately, he's been able to free up somewhat.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
I will say this though, like, as an animator myself,
the rest of us will make the journey to Thavne.
I know exactly. I know, like,
thoughts, objections.
I have seen some of the worst things in the comment section.
I passed through Thavne on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
And I respect Shads for like how much
I'll be happy to have you along then.
For the ability to,
So
like,
for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Means he doesn't have a lot of time to do stuff like FF14 and
Give me a moment afterwards,
WoW though,
and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadane's request.
One of the things I'm definitely, one of the things he can definitely, a definite serving of crow he can have
Consider this hall
is when he didn't seem to realize, oh yes,
May our
the glitch team, the SMG4 and the glitch team, the glitch productions team, and specifically the SMG4 team, they're good people. Like, no matter what people say, like, on what happened with, like, whatever's happened, they are genuinely good people. Because they told him, look, you need to take a break. You're burning yourself out. Yada yada yada. Especially after his like father passed, and he really wasn't in a state of animating. They were actually insisting, you need to take a break so he doesn't burn himself out. He needed a mental health break. It's like, I was telling him, look, if you need to take a break, if you're working too hard, just ask and they'll be cool with it. It's just like, I was telling him before he ever ended up taking a break. Look, they'll be cool with you taking a break. They'll understand. I don't know them personally yet. Even I know they'll understand. I mean, I was partly saying, it's partly telling them out of common sense, but like, as a pyroman, this is what you for. They all know that if you're working too hard and you need to take a break, sure, there is a deadline, but like, if you really need to take a break for like just like a mental health kind of like break, a decent team is gonna let you take. And they will let, especially if you're part of a team, you can at least, like, take a break and at least ease off your workload a bit. Like, jeez, man.
Yeah. Sometimes, especially if you got a friend who's a workaholic, it can be like pulling teeth trying to get them to take a much-needed break.
Nate, you're talking to a workaholic. I mean, Shads, myself, Electric Star, all three of us at least are workaholics. Honestly, in my case though, it's my main reason that I'm not literally on Suspect almost 24/7 trying to finish my projects is because I have just a massive case of creative block right now. Like, another problem for me is, like, I've never been able to, like, get my storylines straight. It's like, I make things up as I go along. I've never been able to make a script.
Yeah.
Which is why it's taken me almost 9 years to continue my work.
Yeah. I can feel you on that one, because I've had a number of stories I've had, like, just sitting on the back burner, but every time I try and sit down to actually write them out, I'm staring at the blank page, and then nothing.
Yep.
That is such an irritating feeling. Like, you're like, and the point where you feel like you're having the most creativity, like your sparks coming, is like when you're lying down to go to bed and your mind starts racing. It's like, oh wait, I gotta write this down.
Yeah, that's actually why I started transitioning to more of a poster format, like mostly doing still images in terms of my creations. Like, I switched mostly to, like, doing art in Source Filmmaker rather than, I'm not saying animation is art, but, like, I mean actual, like, more traditional 3D art in SFM, and then doing full-on animations, just because.
There's one story I've been meaning to write for a while, but that bloody writer's block keeps popping up. Because I have a number of the large major beats that I want to have happen in mind. It's the little steps leading up to them.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry for trailing off like I did. I kind of saw something in them.
That's alright, it's alright.
Yeah, honestly, and the main reason I've, like, transitioned into, like, more of a traditional, like, just 3D poster format is just because it's easier to, like, crank that. No, I wouldn't say crank those out, but it's, like, I can't just, like, it's easier to actually, like, come up with ideas for, like, still images, and it's, like, some of them I might be able to convert to animation someday, but it's also like, it just still tells 1,000 words.
Yeah. My probably one of my big problems is with my lack of practice skill for anything with visual medium. If I want to make anything that's at all kind of visual, I need to commission artists for like stills that I can use for it, and oof, that can get pricey. Cause
yeah, actually, Kid makes a good point in the chat, actually, about ADHD, and that's another thing that actually really prevents me from really, like, doing a lot when I actually do, like, a lot of my stuff is, like, ADHD.
Yeah. That's another contributing factor here.
If you're focused, you're hyper-focused. If you're not, it's like, ooh, shiny!
Yeah. I mean, if with me, it's a full-on autism brain, and yeah, I get that.
Both for me, both. I'm Asperger's and ADHD, so.
Yeah. Though, I was diagnosed with Asperger's, but then they reclassify it to just autism spectrum disorder. So, yeah. So, yeah. Autism. Yay! Oh. I can just keep on going for on and on and on and on about the things I'm passionate about. But trying to keep my focus on something that is not tied to one of my passions. Oh, God.
You know, considering how long this has taken, I'm gonna go for the front line.
Sure. I mean, at this point, I should hopefully be getting over to Tanver soon, but yeah, with me being
you'll be in Fasnir soon, yeah. But I'm gonna have to do some front line while I wait for you because this is just taking fucking forever.
Yep, no worries. Because yeah, this is the start of it, so naturally there's gonna be a lot of cutscenes, a lot of them talking.
Oh my god, absolutely. I didn't realize it would take this long. If I had, I would have already done like I would have just done Tuliolal or something. You won't have access to Tuliolal yet. That's Tural.
Yeah, that's Dawn Trail, so I'm a ways off of that one.
I mean, hell, actually, I would have done one of the fucking hell. If I'd known it was going to take this long, I would have done Anabasios the 12th Circle. Well, actually, I would have just done Anabasios in general. So those are like the ones from the Endwalker raids. I think. Yeah, those are like the Endwalker raids. Hell, I could even do. Actually, no, I know exactly what I would have done. I could have done Binding Cola Bahamut.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I do need to go back and kind of do that again, because I mean, as my blue mage glam is gonna keep moving forward, but for the rest of my classes, I kind of want to get the final coil caster glam.
I have a very specific glam that I want to get, but actually, I'm not going for a specific glam. I actually have one of my main glamour. The one you actually see me wearing, like, on my Viper, is actually from one of the dungeons in Dawn Trail. It's one of the main ones.
Yeah.
I mean, normally I would actually avoid saying any spoilers, but, you know, it's been so long. Dawn Trail's been out long enough that I can easily say which one it is. Normally, I would observe spoiler etiquette, but we're not actually in the Patreon server that I'm normally frequent, and where there's actually a very specific kind of like, where we have a very kind of specific like level of type of etiquette. There's both the rule for against spoilers, like there's like an official rule against spoilers where you shouldn't spoil, like unless something's been out for like at least a month.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, you don't actually make sure it goes in the spoilers channel if it's unless it's been out for a full. You know, even when it's, do not spoil it if it's not been out for a full month, including like NSFW stuff, if applicable. And use spoiler tags as necessary even after the month period has expired. But we've also got this kind of informal etiquette of if it's related to FF14, because we've got an official Final Fantasy XIV channel, like, since not everyone will have gotten through Dawn Trail yet, try to avoid spoiling Dawn Trail as much as possible. Like, very, very careful in BC and other channels what you say about, like, story content. And I will say this. I'm not actually gonna. Actually, technically, I can name drop it because it doesn't give it any context. But the glam I'm using for Viper is from the Vanguard dungeon, and you will understand once you actually get to that dungeon. But my Viper glam is from Vanguard. It does look a lot like the PvP sets. I will admit that definitely the Vanguard gear set does have a lot of resemblance, especially at the very least the ones are not heavily armored, like the machine, the aiming, scouting, and like other sets look a lot like those PvP what are they called?
Right, we're all set.
The PvP universal gear.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
Which is also a pretty good set of glams, but like
3.
I specifically went for the glam I went for Vanguard just because it looked cool. I actually farmed Vanguard for that gear set.
I would have preferred more test
I'm still trying to farm it for the the Dragoon / Reaper and tank gear sets. Just because I want the glam for those. For a very specific reason, but not there yet.
Yeah, that makes me think. I need at some point to sit down and just find a list of some of the glams I missed out on, so I can start trying to plan together some new glam options.
Soon have you soaring through the ether.
Yeah.
Like, for example, some of the dungeons that I ended up unlocking while my process of getting caught up in Shadowbringers.
Oh, and one last thing.
Yeah, honestly, like the main thing about the glam I picked for
touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck.
One of my main things about my glam that I picked for the reason I picked it specifically for having the one from Vanguard is because partly to flex on my friends who I know have been through Dawn Trail. Because I know that the main flex is get the fending or aiming set, get the fending or what's the Dragoon set, the maiming, I think, fending and maiming sets.
Yeah, maiming is the Dragoon set.
Yeah, it's just the main one was fending and maiming, and those are the main flex to get. Usually, generally the fending set. It's I really kind of want this.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
I mean, the problem is I don't have any characters jobs, sorry. Classes, conflating classes with jobs mentally. I don't have any jobs or classes that are high enough level to be able to use the fending and maiming sets. Because I just haven't bothered. I mean, the tank, I haven't bothered with the tank at all. Because one of the things 14 kind of discourages at early level is having alternate jobs. So I never really kind of picked up any of the alternate roles at first. Back when I should have done an ARR. So I don't really know how to play tank, which is a problem. I can play healer because the basics of healing, the basic fundamentals of healer.
Faces after a bout of bad
those are universal when it comes to any MMO. Yeah, Final Fantasy XIV is a very different animal from World of Warcraft or so is the Republic, but the fundamentals are all the same.
Yeah.
Whereas the fundamentals of tanking in 14, the basic idea is the same, but the actual fundamentals of the playstyle are very different.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in my mind, I think one of the best ways to kind of explain that for someone who's newcomer is, though, now with Dawn Trail, they're not exactly 100% up to date, but those crap guides to Final Fantasy from JoCat. I mean, though they were made pretty jokey, but some of the information there was actually pretty darn good. I mean, like he's got a video on the crap guide to tanking, crap guide to healing, crap guide to DPS, where DPS is just one of the big things there is that everyone's a DPS. DPSing is everyone's job.
Pretty much.
Then the guides for melee DPS, physical range, and magic range DPS.
Well, yeah, that's like. I'm more like. Where I say the fundamentals of tanking are the same. Like the basic idea of the tank is to take damage and is basically just kind of keep the enemy, the boss or enemy group's attention off of the teammates. That's the general idea.
Yep. Keep their focus on you.
Beast in 14 though is what makes tanking a different beast in Final Fantasy 14 is, generally speaking, you got so many rotations you need to learn.
Plus, you've gotta use your cooldowns. You gotta use your mitigation, and don't pop them all at once. You gotta use
exactly what I mean. That's the part to learn. It's like that what's make tanking is a little more complicated in 14 than just like some of the more simplistic things. And it's like unless you actually go through like getting a mentor to teach you it.
There was a note with Cryos
using the mentor system, or even like say going through the tutorial, the game built tutorial system, the training mode, whatever it's called. It's gonna be, you're not gonna have an easy time just trying to pick up tanking straight off the bat. What is the system called again? You know, the one that gives you like the newcomer's ring that gives you extra XP up to level 30?
There's a new adventurer's ring, and then there's the various earrings.
That's the one. The one that gives you the new adventurer's ring, that tutorial system. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
Yeah, finally in here. And I have apparently some really bad aether sickness.
Oh, you're gonna have some fun. So this is gonna be a fun one for you.
I mean...
This is gonna be a really fun, really fun cutscene. If you've not gone through the entire thing.
Yeah, I've just got to the point where I'm just free to move and was able to attune to the aetherite. And yeah, just the whole, okay, just before you teleport, there is a minor chance that you could receive a very extreme case of aether sickness. Good luck, bye-bye! Wait, what? Of course, now I need to, even though I am sick to my stomach, look after Estinian because, he's apparently really bad with coin.
He gets better over time, don't worry about that. Don't worry too much. He's really bad with it, but he'll get better, eventually. I will say, there's a reason post Endwalker is one of my favorite patches. It's got, honestly, post Endwalker is frigging hilarious. It's got plenty of humor. Sisters have mercy. The smell alone is... that frickin' scene, I love that. And I'm not explaining any further until you get to that scene.
Oh dear.
Trust me, you'll laugh. You will laugh, absolutely. God damn, the maelstrom's in the lead. Oh, it's not complete. Oh no, we're just taking the lead. Nice. Yeah, I'll be honest though, Endwalker itself is pretty dark, so it's a good thing there's a lot of levity afterwards.
Yeah, I can see that.
Even then again, there's certain sections of like post Endwalker that are also pretty dark.
Yeah,
but it knows how to break it. Post Endwalker knows how to break up a lot of that darkness with levity.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can say a fair bit about that's kind of similar to Shadowbringers. That, I mean, we did get sent to a completely foreign realm of existence that was basically at the tail end of their own apocalypse.
Ah, yes, that one Seneca transformation. Remember that? Fucking nightmare fuel, that bloody scene.
trying to do a little investigation to see why the hell the prices here are so jacked up. So, found the gemstone trader. So that's something I could potentially grind out off stream is bicolor gemstones, so I can get more loot from that. I don't think I still haven't finished maxing out the rank for those back in Shadowbringers, so that's a little something I can still work on in the downtime.
Indeed. Be more useful if you'd actually been able to catch yourself up with that already, but whatever.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about that aspect. It had been a while since I was I was on a pretty decently long hiatus.
Yeah. Oh, sweet, we won.
Nice.
And I didn't die too much. Oh, hey.
Yeah, I do not expect to win whenever I go into a front lines battle.
Now then, neighbor, where are you?
Over in Yerimad. If I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yeah, just to the just the southeast of the there you are.
Make a group later, otherwise it's not gonna let you. There you go. I should have probably done New Game Plus, but I don't know if it would have actually let us sync up.
Oh, that is a good question, because that's something that was definitely introduced after I ended up falling off the whole New Game Plus.
No, my New Game Plus is all the way caught up, but I don't know if it actually let me sync up with your actual quest line.
Yeah, that is a good question.
Because I'm not actually in New Game Plus, I'm actually because you're not in New Game Plus, I don't think it allows to sync. And I don't even know if quest syncing is even possible in 14. Is it possible?
I know it's possible for like duty roulettes, but I don't recall if it's possible for just questing in general. That is a good question.
Yeah, yeah. Which is one of the reasons we really don't want to be out leveling Shads too much once he finally gets back into FF14. Which is why I want to bap you, partly, because you've leveled everything up to level 80. Shads are still in bloody Heaven's Ward.
It's of course a habit. I've always for the longest trying to keep everything leveled so I can have just play around with a little bit of everything.
I get that, but it's like honestly, one of the reasons I've only leveled Viper up to 100 and I've got my White Mage as my highest is because like I know that I don't want to level everything at once. It's like pick a role and stick to it generally. One of the reasons I'm leveling Machinist currently is actually because I need a ranged DPS, or at least a ranged class, because like my raid group kind of got pissed at me last time because I kept getting my ass killed. I mean constantly getting killed, but then again it was the second Dawn Trail raid. Like, it was the part 2 raid out of, like, it's raid 2 out of 4, and that is not, like, yeah. The second raid of Dawn Trail, like, second Dawn Trail and raid is not easy. It is ruthless.
Yeah. I remember just how much I got my ass kicked sometimes trying to do the Savage. The Savage raids when they were at level.
Some pretty fucking gritty killer mechanics. Like,
you're kind of roboting a bit on my end. Oh dear, the Discord's like up to is in the red, so it might be on my end. Well, that is unfortunate.
No.
Great. Discord is choosing to be a butt right now.
My Discord crashed.
Yeah, mine was just deep in the red, but it just went back up to green.
So it wasn't just on my end then.
Yeah, so because I was seeing a yellow mark by your name, and like I said, mine was in the red at like 5,000 MS.
Mine too. Must have been the hosting server or something. That was weird.
Oof. Yeah,
it must be the rage we were set to, because that was very weird. Anyway, as it was, what was I saying?
We were talking about Savage raids.
Oh yeah. So what's the guy's usually in charge of FF14?
Yoshi P?
Yeah. Yoshi P has literally said literally the second raid of Dawn Trail is his least favorite.
Really?
The boss of that one is literally his least favorite boss.
Huh.
What's her name? Yeah, Yoshi P actually hates her. The boss of that the second raid. Yoshi P really does not like her, apparently. He isn't fond of her. Another thing is about the raid is it's got some very brutal mechanics in it, and if you're not careful, it will wipe you. Like, the raid group I was part of, when we were doing like just a full pre-made raid group, it took us like I want to say 20 tries. We wiped constantly on that one. Because the mechanic, honestly, it's just the least fun out of all 4 of those raids. First one's not too bad, third and fourth ones ain't too bad, but the second one, it is pain. I want to specifically say it's the AAC raids. I want to make sure that you know, specifically mean the AAC raids of Dawn Trail. But yeah, it's I'm not fond of it. Like, its mechanics are kind of bullshit. It's very, very bullshit mechanics that if you're not careful, you are going to get screwed hard by it. And it is the most brutal lot, which is unfortunate. I can definitely confirm, though, that once you get through that second raid, that everything else, like, if you're doing the raid storyline, the rest is a cakewalk. Massive cakewalk. But yeah, no, don't you still have a Lalafell?
Yeah, I do have, I actually do have one dedicated Lalafell, though she's still at level 1, so if I want to get her caught up to help with Shadow, I'm also going to need to put some time into her.
Yeah, luckily for us, Shads has not really gotten much further past, like, I think he's either in Heaven, Water, Stormblood, purely because he's been focusing on leveling his Blue Mage.
So that's fair. Blue Mage is quite a fun one, especially if you can get really deep into it and play around with it.
Hey, I want to say this right now. I'm a level 1 Blue Mage. And I'm annoyed about this, that I haven't had a chance to level Blue Mage yet. I've got no spells for Blue Mage. Whatsoever. I've only got the singular starting spell I got from the introductory quest.
Yeah, we might have to try and fix that up a bit then, shall we?
Oh, absolutely. If we're gonna power level my Blue Mage, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Just make sure you kill anything that comes near me before it can hurt me.
Yeah. I will do my best.
Because if you don't, you're going to find a very angry sailor Aura. Or Aura, how do you pronounce the name? You're going to find a very, very angry sailor.
Okay, then.
It has a very, very sharp pair of shinobi knives. Or to be precise, the Mutsunakami shinobi knives coming after you.
Probably will want to go.
Speaking, if I get.
Yeah, I'm just thinking now. Mental note. Probably go as either a caster or healer, just in case.
Good.
Having res on hand, just in case, because accidents can happen.
If you LB3 red mage me, I am taking you to the wolf's den immediately. I am showing you just how quickly I can knock out these Mudra. God, I can't wait to get into some combat!
Oh, yes.
I am itching for a fight now. I am itching for a fight.
Man, I mean, heck, I'm ready to start getting my steps in, so... In the meantime, I helped this local guy make a sale.
Wonderful.
Okay, Mr. I do not have the name of your race memorized yet, so until I get it down, Mr. Elephant Fisherman guy.
Matanga. To be precise, the Oxidara tribe. Oxidara tribe, sorry. Oxidara tribe of the Matanga. The elephant species of Matanga.
Mm-hmm.
I do not memorize this. They were in Stormblood.
It's been a while since I was in main Stormblood.
Good point.
Plus, I am historically really bad with names.
This is also a good point. While you do that, tell me when you're done.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll make my way back, because I'm going off the pit track, but...
Mm-hmm.
Come, Torgal! We fly! And yes, I'm using Torgal, because he's good as boy.
Okay, failed to get a sale on that one. And yeah, Torgal is. I'm really glad that I got.
If you failed to get a sale, that's because you given the wrong answer.
Yeah, I'm guessing I gave the wrong answer on that one. But yeah, I'm glad I was able to get back in and start when I did, because I was able to get back in and start playing on pretty much the last week the Final Fantasy XIV event was in, so I was able to get it done and get Torgal before he left.
Yeah, I'll be honest now, probably best if you actually make sure you get the answers correct. Don't screw that up. Hell, I actually used a document to make sure I got the right answers.
And I screwed that one up too. Dang nabbit.
You goof! Screw up again, Nay, and I am taking you to the wolves' den.
I got one sale at least.
Yes, 1 out of 3 is actually kind of terrible. Statistically speaking, you big goober.
I've only recently started being able getting all my crafters leveled up, and even that's just making it. That's not hawking the shit.
I mean, it's just common sense now. You listen to what the customer wants, and then you respond. And then you respond as they need. I didn't even really need I didn't need the actual quest guide to actually tell me that. It was quite easy to figure out from the context. It was nice having that extra safety net though. theme.
Yeah, I do want to at some point be able to play Final Fantasy XVI on stream, because since I don't have a PS5, I've not been able to play it. The closest thing I got was watching a playthrough of the demo, and I was just blown away by, for one, how much content they gave in that demo.
It's on PS5, huh?
Yeah. Though I do believe I heard mention that it's going to be coming to PC soon, so that gives me hope to finally play it, because
I did not know it was on PS5. If I'd known that, I would have gotten it. I have a PS5.
Lucky. But yeah, it was PS5 exclusive for a while. I'm not sure when the PC port is coming out. I think I remember hearing something, but I don't remember if there was a specific date.
So it was a PS5 exclusive. Damn it! If I known it was a PS5 exclusive, I would have bloody well gotten it. You've been excuse for young. Box is sort of, it's basically sitting in its box gathering dust. Because I've not had a chance to unbox the sodding thing, mostly because my room is a friggin' mess, and it has been for about a year. I had the bloody PS5 for almost a year too. I'm pretty pissed about that.
Yeah, I still want to eventually get my hands on the PS5 because, well, because it has the PSVR 2. I mean, I played around a bit with the PSVR 1 on the PS4, but it is far from an optimal VR experience. Because instead of having dedicated controllers, you have to use the old PlayStation Move controllers. You have to use a camera with an camera that can be a pain to line up. And yeah, after playing it, I can see what people mean when they're talking about VR and the screen door effect. Though it sounds like the PSVR 2 is much improved. Yeah, got a few side quests finally popping up here. Those I could probably hit when I'm off stream. So Thancred, you got any information on me? My dancing boots are itching.
Where are you exactly?
Talking to Thancred over by the Aetherite Plaza.
I see. Oh, and by the way, now, how much skill do you have?
Currently, 869,308.
Lovely. Well, my dear scrap. Show off.
What? Ixian's is a favorite of mine. And has a bit of personal relevance to me, mostly because of a one of those kind of, well, technically it's not exactly a fanfic yet, but it's more one of those points where I had one of those dreams that ended up turning into a story in and of itself.
Now, give me group leader for a sec, would you? Give the party leader a moment. Good. Now then, it's time for you to get a licking.
Oi. This is not going to go well. Went about as well as I anticipated.
Actually, no. Give me a sec. Let's turn this up a notch. Now it's time for a little bit of fun. One second, I want to try something. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, if I doesn't help that I don't exactly know what the hell I'm doing in PvP. I'm just basically mashing buttons as best I can.
Indeed. Round 2. definitely need to practice some more, I think.
Yeah, probably, because...
Just got in trouble.
Yeah, and once again, we managed to seem to get that required duel with every time we end up meeting in a game like this.
Of course, of course. It was kind of obligatory. Honestly, I do need to learn, like, my rotations for Samurai more. On, like, PvP.
Yeah. I do enjoy Samurai. It was definitely my go-to melee DPS option for a while. Yeah. Yeah. Well, although a brief thing on the subject of mounts, there's one mount I also want to get because it's another one that holds a bit of personal importance to me because it's a summon that I was never able to get my hands on back in Final Fantasy XI. That would be Fenrir. But to get Fenrir, I need to get a lot of coins from the gold saucer. And yeah, that's something that's going to take a fair bit of time. Because, yeah, 1,000,000 gold saucer coins. Woof. I'm especially not that good at some of the gates they've got there. So, I've kind of basically been passively working on it, hoping for, like, MGP tokens from, like, the Wondrous Tales, which makes getting no rows very frustrating. Yep. Sounds like that Matsuya guy is in trouble. Finally, a little bit of combat. So, yep, they're definitely summoning lunar primals. Onward!
If you keep this up now, I'm just gonna have to leave you behind.
I'm not attuned to fly yet!
See you at the finish line now. See you in the funny papers now!
And now I'm being chased by a giant elephant.
Oh, hello, I got this.
So this group has a pretty varied pantheon. So men with animal faces and animals with human limbs. These could be some interesting primals to face down. So an actual scroll with images of the three most revered. We're gonna be facing up against the Magus sisters. Because I remember that one summon from playing Final Fantasy X. So yeah, if this scroll is anything to go by, that means one of the primals that we're probably going to be facing in this is going to be a 3-for-1 deal.
What, primals?
Mm-hmm. Because what I'm doing right now is trying to learn of the local deities, because those are probably going to be the lunar primals we're going to have to fight in this area. And seeing that color scheme, those body types and size sequences, that is screaming, we're gonna fight the Magus sisters.
Oh, you have no idea. You're expecting it to be a trial, aren't you?
Kind of, yeah.
I won't let you get disappointed then.
And speaking of a dragon ally to the Azure Dragoon. Okay, so it looks like our next objective is going to be to a place called the Great Work. It looks like there's another aetherite up there. So next area, I need to go back up.
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question.
God damn, now you are taking so many cutscenes.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Vashan?
People of the great work, I come bearing news.
Oh, he's a very nice individual. He's one of the main characters of Endwalker.
Ooh.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yeah, he just said the magic word, apparently.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Trial sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
And having spending so much time having everyone refer to me as the Warrior of Darkness, it's kind of refreshing to be called by that moniker again.
You are the Warrior of Light and Darkness.
Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you, sir. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not?
Have fun with that, Estinian.
I should like to draw a file open.
This is the kind of humor I was talking about for Endwalker.
Now, see here. Come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Cease your shoving, so help me.
Oh dear, your poor...
This is virtually Hildebrand level, isn't it?
Oh my god, yes!
Yeah, this is for the more light-hearted moments of Endwalker. You can pretty much basically expect Hildebrand level of humor. Speaking of Hildebrand, I should have actually... You know, I've just realized that speaking of Hildebrand... I'm gonna make you a group leader actually, so I can actually... So that when I'm waiting for you in cutscenes, I can actually do the Hildebrand quests.
Meanwhile, should we find a quiet place to talk?
I still need to do Rome Reborn's Hildebrand quest line.
Has Shadow gone to Hildebrand yet?
Yes, he has done Hildebrand. At the very least, he's done ARR Hildebrand. I need to catch up myself.
I hope he had fun with that particular brand of insanity.
It shads.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent a request to your Mistress Craig. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
So yeah, we'll go listen to her explanation while Estian gets himself quite well acquainted with Thunbarian alchemy.
I'll be honest, this particular section of, the automatic section of the MSQ is pretty slow. You got any side quests to pick up?
Yep, I got more than a couple that I passed up on. Because I was trying to get forward to the fighty stuff, but yeah, if you want, I can go. I can run back and pick them all up, and we can just go around smacking stuff.
Probably would have been more interesting than just you sitting around a bunch of cutscenes for about 2 hours. Nearly 3 hours.
Yeah.
I've been sitting with my thumbs at my house for nearly 3 hours, Nay.
Sorry.
Cutscenes.
I guess I underestimated how many cutscenes there would be.
It's MSQ! It's post ARR MSQ! It's post Heavensward MSQ! It's mostly cutscenes!
After this cutscene, I'll just go and pick up all the side quests then.
Nay, the chaos here has become so unchaotic that we have reached levels we have become Malal. We have become a freaking Malice in the Warhammer 40k canon. And he was retconned into being non-canon. In fact, let me rephrase that. We have got such a lack of insanity that we're basically a psychiatrist right now.
Oh dear, let's work on fixing that then.
On a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of chaos and insanity, we're minus 10. In fact, you have become Jiggalag from Elder Scrolls Oblivion.
Okay, I'm going to go and pick up these side quests. Oh, and this is what I need to pick up anyway, because that's probably one of the ones that leads to the Aether points that I need to fly, so...
It has become so sane that it's just maddening.
Okay, first side quest, and they've got me just doing heavy lifting. I suppose to some extent, I shouldn't be surprised that the inaugural one is going to be pretty cutscene heavy because we're getting just into the start of it.
Yeah, the first arc is very cutscene heavy. Honestly, it's like where it really gets into the meat of combat is when you get to the next area, and I don't mean the city. The city in this area is right at heart. But there is another area to Endwalker. But yeah, Endwalker doesn't actually start getting combat heavy until you start getting the side quests and the main meat. You're just doing the slice of life stuff first.
I mean, to an extent, that's still enjoyable. It gives you a bit of breathing room.
Not for me, while I'm sitting with thumbs at my ass. I'm stuck sitting here. Able to do so little.
Well, worst case scenario, we can always pop a roulette or two.
Still use a couple of levels on you now.
Yeah, that's fair. Though I have a prior hit up a few roulettes earlier, but I could still have a black. I kind of prior to this already hit up some of the big level ones, so.
Blood for the blood lily.
Yeah, if we're gonna be hitting up roulettes, might as well work on the one that I'm currently trying to get boosted a bit. Yeah.
Blood for the blood lily.
All right. So, which roulette do we should we hit?
I say we hit either one of the leveling or one of the level 50 ones at least, because I got to level up healer for one thing.
Alright, level 50 high level dungeons then.
Oh sweet, we already got one. Then again, we are roll in need. I am a healer and like you are a tank, so it's not surprising we'd immediately get one, like constantly.
Ah, this one.
Glad I didn't take Astrologian. I should pick up Scholar and Sage, it's fine.
Definitely do her a break for from all the story for some action.
Absolutely.
Since I've been here, so I got turned around a bit.
You gooba.
I have a historically bad sense of direction.
Yes, you're terrible at driving.
That's fair. That's fair.
requesting for flying.
Guy seems to like you.
How about you keeping generating aggro so you don't aggro on me?
I mean, I've been keeping aggro. He just seems to keep on turning and saying, "Hi, how you doing?"
Okay, so he's just a dude. He doesn't know. Hey, hit him already.
Still. I remember those fire pools lasting a lot longer.
I believe they got nerfed. A lot of the bosses got hit by the hard nerf, as I recall. Oh, sweet, I'm level.
Yeah, congrats on the level up. guess I suppose to an extent it makes sense to nerf some of these once they're no longer current.
To be fair, one of the bosses got like a really, really hard nerf. I think they were like, I think it was when Dawntrail was still fresh. One of the bosses got like, yeah, most of the bosses got hit, like most of them. I don't remember which one it was, but I remember there was one specific boss got hit like with a really, really hard nerf, and it was either got hit with really hard nerf or they were just completely OP and broken. I remember now, yeah. So I think it was either they got buffed or nerfed so hard that it was quite literally broke the game. But I can't remember what it was. But I remember it was when like Dawntrail released, like short before Dawntrail released this patch, when it literally made a game that was literally game breaking. There's either one of the bosses was so OP that it was unplayable, or it was the other way around. I forget. They were so weak that you could just like literally just snuff them out like a candle, or that you could just like, or that they were so OP that they were virtually unbeatable. And I can't remember which one that is. Because it's been so long since I even remember talking about it. I think they fixed it. No, it was one of the raid bosses. I remember now. One of the raid bosses was like so OP that it was broken. Or maybe it was just nerfed into the ground so hard that it quite literally broke the fight, and it was like they were virtually doing, like, they could only virtually do scratch damage to players.
This fight definitely has been nerfed from what I remember it.
Most of them have. Like, most of the fights took a hard nerf, and I think most of them, the nerfing was unintentional very well. Specifically for the raiding as well, like, I think it was one of the Endwalker raids that was nerfed before Dawntrail release. Upon Dawntrail release. And they unintentionally nerfed it too much.
Using a tank buster. that went well.
Absolutely fabulous.
All right, where to next? Yeah, you all right there?
Yeah, just long day.
Sorry to hear that.
Very long day. Oh shit, really? Is that the time? Yeah, frig.
I'm guessing it means that you need to pop out?
Yeah, I'm probably gonna need to go to bed, actually. It's like, honestly, yeah. Let me just check something, because I need to check. Crap. Yeah, I was right. Splatfest begins later, in like about 24 hours.
So you'll need to be ready for that then.
It's the Grand Festival. This is the big one. This is the only 72-hour Splatfest Splatoon 3 has had. This is the big Splatfest, the final fest for Splatoon 3. I'm on Team Present. We're all over the place with teams. Like, this is the big fest. I've already prepared, but this is gonna be an interesting one.
Well, in that case, I gotta say good luck with the Splatfest then.
Yeah, I got a couple of things that's gonna be going on as well. Probably have a broadcast. Probably got a quick stream to attend in the morning. Cancel for worries.
Yeah, that's
but at the same time. It's gonna be an interesting time, right? But yeah, honestly, Nate, off stream we should definitely do some more leveling.
Definitely.
Leveling a specific job, like a couple of roulades. I should get to, I can get some more practicing on White Mage after all.
Yeah. I mean, worst case scenario, and if I end up doing the roulettes for myself, I'm definitely not opposed to doing them again to help you out with them. Especially for ones that I need to get to keep practicing with. So ones that either I've gotten a bit rusty on, or they've been changed quite a bit since I last played them. Because, big example, Monk. I mean, I had a hard time with Monk before, so it was my least played one, but the latest changes feel a lot better to me.
Oh, absolutely. I haven't even gone Pugilist up to Monk yet. I've still got that one on level 10, so I need to actually level Pugilist all the way so I can actually unlock Monk. It's still one of my lowest level classes, actually. Actually, my lowest level class that isn't a limited class, that's not Blue Mage currently, because I've not had a Beastmaster yet. That I actually have is Arcanist, which is only level 7. I really should level that.
Yeah, I should also probably try and maybe focus on taking some side time to try and level up my Lalafell, so she can get to a point where she can catch up to so if Xiao needs help, she'll be relatively on level.
Yeah, well, actually, we'll have to ask Shad's what level, which expansion he's actually in.
Yeah.
In FF14, because I've got an idea. Like, your level, you said your level is level 1, right?
Yeah. Last I checked, I'm pretty sure that character is at level 1, so I think she's like legit fresh-faced, and I've never really played her at all.
Well, I definitely think we have an idea for at least a possible stream activity. If we don't want to do Endwalker.
Oh. So
I can bring my I can bring one of my lower level classes, like my pugilist or whatever, a gladiator, a marauder, or any of that low level stuff. On your Lalafell for a good leveler. We could do it off stream or on stream.
Yeah, that could be fun.
Ah! I know your clothes! I forgot I used a Fantasia!
You're lucky I had the character screen up, so you got unwittingly censored.
I'm slapping you, Nay! I'm using all my anger emotes on you. I'm using furious, angry. I am fuming. I'm going to fume at you a bunch of times. I deny you. I also shot you. I also doubt you. Putting on my annoyed face.
I mean, you don't have to worry. No one saw anything.
Still, the point is... You know what? I'm wondering something now.
No.
Do you have this emote?
Yes, I do.
Damn. I've got an idea. Where is it? Oh, you won't. I know exactly one you won't have yet. You have the hum emote yet?
The which emote?
Hum.
Let me check. I've got a lot to sort through. You know, it might be faster just to type it in and see if
Damn, you did. got an idea. Actually, no, I've got exactly something you won't. I know something I know you won't have. Raid reward!
No, a little side note. If I remember correctly, the class that I had for the level 1 Lalafell is Thaumaturge.
You have the Nosferatu yet? Well, no, you won't, because it's actually physically impossible if you have Nosferatu. It's a raid reward for Endwalker.
So that would be a hard no then.
Yeah, in fact, it's I believe it's an Anabasios. No, it's sorry, it's Asphodelos. So that's chapter 1. Because it's split into Asphodelos, Abyssos, and Anabasios.
So yeah, much like a lot of the raid tiers for the basically the chapter 1, chapter 2, and chapter 3 raids.
It's the chapter 1 raid. He's I believe he's fourth. I believe he's Anabasios. He's Asphodelos' fourth circle. So yeah. This is the raid reward. I've done all 12 of the raids of Endwalker. I did the entire raid storyline. Skipped all the scenes. Skipped all the cutscenes though, so I probably need to get plus up. But yeah, the only raid storyline I've actually done fully.
Yeah. I've gotten all the raid quests.
Here we go. Here we go. It's called the Pandemonium storyline.
Oh no. Pandemonium,
yeah,
that makes me think of back in Final Fantasy XI, the Pandemonium Warden. I played Final Fantasy XI for a while. I never got to fight against those infamous bosses, especially at their worst, the Absolute Virtue and Pandemonium Warden, but I am well aware of their reputation.
Oh yeah, the Pandemonium raids. Honestly, I like the Pandemonium raids. I haven't done them on Savage, but I find the raids are strangely easier than dungeons. At least some of the raids. Like some of the earlier raids, like I found alliance raids especially are generally pretty easy if you know what you're doing.
Yeah. I mean, though you can still find groups that can kind of mess them up. Like, I mean the circus tower, labyrinth of the ancients raids, the Evil East raids. Although
remember, I've not done all that many raids. I've only done like chapter 1 of in terms of raids, I've only done like the alliance raids from Realm Reborn, so Labyrinth of Ancients, Circus Tower, World of Darkness.
Yeah, aka the Final Fantasy III raids.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the inspiration.
I've done for Realm Reborn. I've done Binding Hall of Bahamut up to turn 5. I've done all of the Endwalker raids, not the Alliance raids though. All the Endwalker, chapter 1 to 3 of like the Endwalker normal raids, and I've done chapter 1 of the Dawn Trail normal raids. I don't really do get into raiding content often because I've not had an opportunity to do so.
Yeah.
I am definitely actively following the Dawn Trail raids though, because I'm geared up for that on my Viper. Like, Viper is geared. My Viper is literally geared at grade 7-10 gear. Like, this is like, that's minimum end game level. Like, or at the very least mid end game level. It's the current crafting gear.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna hit Alliance raids or Savage once I get high enough. But I'd rather have like something higher level like Machinist. But I've only got the level 37. So.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I kind of like the ranged physical DPS, because it gives you a little bit more freedom to keep an eye on mechanics.
That's why I'm leveling Machinist. I would level Bard, I mean, I'd level Bard, but it's like the whole thing with the RNG and the complicated mechanics. Like, Bard is a little too overcomplicated to keep track of, like, that one buff. What's it called? Like, I know they're trying to rework it a bit.
Yeah.
I know they slightly reworked, like, how, you know, you gotta keep track of straight shot, you know, like straight shot ready. Oh, what it's called now? Like, you know, you gotta keep track of being able to like have hawk's eye. Certain effects like Wanderer's Midway, stuff like that. Nature's Mini, Army's Pain, Nature's Ballad. Like, you gotta make sure, you gotta keep track of which buffs you're keeping active. Good. It's just, much as I like Bard for its looks, it's very rotation-wise. It's very kind of complicated.
Yeah.
The fact that it's like the fact it's a starting class, or at least the fact that Archer starts out as Bard. I mean, Bard starts out as Archer, and then when you get level 30, you have to level this overcomplicated class. It's one of the frigging base classes. Not Machinist, which is way more simple.
Yeah, that Machinist didn't come in till Heaven's Ward, if memory serves.
I get that, but what I mean is like the fact that Archer, which seems so simple on the surface, becomes the really, really overcomplicated Bard, and it's the only base game, like it's the only vanilla range class that's not magic. A bit annoying, that. Yes, your only ranged options for vanilla are either start out as Thaumaturge, which becomes a Black Mage, or an Arcanist, which then later on becomes Summoner for range. If you don't want to play like Archer and then McBard. If you want range combats, like.
Yeah. And though honestly though, in A Realm Reborn, Bard was my main.
In fact, I did start out with, on this character, on this tune, I did start out with, with Lancer, so I became a Dragoon, and I'd see my damn Lance every time I used the Fantasia, or I go Esthetician.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, this is the glamour I made that still stands as my favorite glamour to this day for my Bard, although with Viera, it can't show the hat.
Yeah. Fair. I gotta say, my first tune, which was the Lala, I actually started out as an archer, and I've gotten into Bard, I think, but yeah, I started out as a Lancer for this one, because it's like, you know what, I don't want to go for the overcomplicated stuff with Bard. I went through the entirety of ARR as a Dragoon, well, Lancer then a Dragoon. Got to level 56 with it, and I was like, oh, screw it, I'm switching to something else, and I just started leveling Ninja instead. Well, Rogue, then became Ninja. Then after I got through the entirety of, all the way from, I basically went through almost the entirety of Heavensward, I want to say. Yeah, I went basically, I went for the entirety of, from after Yugiri showed up, I went through, everything as a rogue, a ninja, all the way up to, Endwalker. Yeah, then I finished Endwalker as a ninja.
Let's see.
Dawn Trail released. I leveled Viper before starting Dawn Trail in earnest, and went through the entirety of Dawn Trail as a Viper, and I've leveled that.
Yeah, see, for me, A Realm Reborn, I mained Bard. Heavensward, I ended up going Dragoon, because I did quite enjoy Dragoon just overall, and it had some...
Oh, yeah. That was part of what I did, part of the reason I actually leveled up Dragoon, because... for Heavensward is because, I saw Estinian in the cutscene, and I'd already gotten my Dragoon to level 50. It's like, you know what, fuck it! I want to level up the thing and to get the dialogue with Estinian.
Yeah, plus the artifact armor for Dragoon in that expansion was so damn good. Let's see. Stormblood, I ended up going Samurai. And Shadowbringers, much to my great joy, Dancer was finally introduced, and Dancer was my favorite class to play in Final Fantasy XI. So, seeing my favorite comeback, I had to pick it up.
Honestly, one of the things I definitely want to level, if I go, tank, is Gunbreaker. But since it's level 60, and I know it's one of the hardest tanks to play because it's high level, I'm gonna be happy. I know I need to start out as Gladiator or Marauder, or at the very least Dark Knight, so I can learn the fundamentals of tanking. Hell, I may even just start, on another data center, or another server, just a new tune entirely, just purely so I can learn how to tank properly.
Yeah, that's fair.
I've been considering it, but at the same time, I'm gonna do that when I've leveled Machinist.
Yeah.
I want to level Machinist first, or at least level White Mage, or even Scholar or Sage after I pick them up. Just so I've got something that's not Viper at level 100. I need to level at least another job at level 100. I'd prefer it to Machinist, because yeah, okay, Machinist at level 37, it does, nothing in terms of damage. Heading off soon, I'm going to this, next time I log in, I'll be using Machinist. If I'm going solo, but, wearing this. It looks dumb. I'm real with my normal gear, and I'm gonna glamour set register later, but. I'm just really good at Perthus because I'm in the next nice question. But yeah, the reason I want to level machinist is I want a ranged class because I was definitely my raid group where I was basically saying, yeah, you really need to pick up could you switch away from you really should probably switch away from melee because you're getting your ass kicked. It's like the main problem I was getting my ass kicked in the AAC M2, as it were,
Yeah.
Well, the AAC light heavyweight M2. The reason I was getting my butt kicked in there is not necessarily because I was a melee. It's actually because the mechanics in that fight are just bullshit. She has, the boss, she has a lot, and I mean a lot of AoE. Her main gimmick is AoE and crowd control, so. Very, very powerful crowd control, and if you get hit by it enough times, you basically get stun locked until you die. Or until it wears off. It's quite literally, the actual mechanics of it are basically just bullet hell. It's like bullet hell combined with dodging, and it's really annoying. You have to avoid getting hit, and if you get hit by these status effects too many times, you get stun locked, and it's essentially just get charmed. And she'll just take the opportunity to do massive, massive damage, which is incredibly, incredibly annoying.
It sounds like I got a lot of fun to look forward to once I eventually get to that point.
She's popular. I've always said this, that she's popular with fans for obvious reasons, but they don't like that fight.
Popular character, not so much the fight.
Popular design for artists for obvious reasons. You'll understand when you see her.
Yeah, I've probably seen her a bit because hard to go through Twitter and not see art of her popping up. I'm guessing that's that Queen Bee character.
Honeybee Lovely, that's the one. Since you already know of her, it's the Honeybee Lovely fight. She's basically an idol, but her entire gimmick is essentially stun locking you with charm attacks. Like, you get hit by hearts during her bullet hell phases. You will get stun locked if you get hit by 3 of them, and you will basically wipe. If your entire party gets hit by them too many times, you can easily wipe. Along with the fact that she can damage the floor of the arena, meaning that you've got parts of the arena floor actually dropping out from underneath you in certain sections. So it's a very bullshit fight.
Oof, making it even harder to dodge.
She's got some really, really bullshit mechanics. And once you get to her, you'll understand how bullshit she is, but...
I wonder if she'll get nerfed at any point.
It probably will, since she's, most annoying, and I think the main reason they put her as the second fight rather than, third or fourth is primarily just to get her out of the way. Ease you into it with the first fight, get her... Rather than just putting you through hell in the first one, it's just ease you into the fight with the first one, get her out of the way with the second fight, then the next two are more or less a cakewalk after you face Honeybee Lovely. They're nowhere near as bad as she is. Now that said, I'll be honest. Fighting her as any melee class, especially Viper, is a pain in the ass. I will say one thing though. If you're going through Dawn Trail, play Viper. Like, when you're doing MSQ, especially when you're doing the big fight, like, trust me, when you get challenged to the duel, when you are challenged to the one-on-one duel, and you will understand when I say the one-on-one duel, you will understand what I mean. You will know what I mean when you get to it. And it's because it's the one from the trailer. When you get to that duel, for God's sake, play Viper. He has special dialogue if you actually play Viper in that fight.
Kind of like that one opening cutscene scene in Stormblood with Lise, and playing on a monk for that one.
I guess I don't actually have monk, so.
I don't remember if I was on monk when I got to that point. So, at some point I might have to go with New Game Plus on monk just so I can see whether or not that there is extra dialogue there for playing this monk.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, okay, so I'll just say that right, because it's not really a spoiler. But once you get to the Gulu Jaja fight, like once he challenges you to a duel, for God's sake, play Viper. He will acknowledge that you know the Viper fighting style, and it is really cool because he does it in the middle of the fight, and he does not hold back. Trust me, when you go to that fight, you want to be streaming it because it is a fucking kick-ass fight. It is exhilarating. It is like Dawn Trail has some pretty weak moments. It's like not the strongest expansion, definitely not.
Yeah, some of the things I've heard about it is that it's basically a Realm Reborn 2.0 because we're going and starting fresh in a new land.
No. It's your vacation arc.
I suppose that also
it's the Warrior of Light's vacation arc.
Nope, I suppose that makes sense considering what we're building up to here in Endwalker. Because, you know, trying to prevent the end of everything. So yeah, I'd say the Warrior of Light could use a little bit of a vacation time after doing all that.
Dawn Trail is absolutely the vacation arc. It's like, people may say it's Realm Reborn 2.0. I disagree. It is definitely weaker in some places, and there's a lot of focus on Wukong Mark, which is something you'll find is she's virtually everywhere, at least until you get to the second half. Even the second half. Even like in the latter half, there is a lot of focus on Wukong Mark. She kind of even steals the scene in like one of the trials, which is a bit. That was the one time I've actually got criticism of, like, even in like the main trial of even like during the main story trial of like say yeah, even in the Interpost, which is like the final trial, she kind of steals the scene a bit. The rest of it, I can kind of get it, because, like, it's her homeland, and it's like, Wukong is like... It's like... I know, I get that people are criticizing, oh no, it's just stealing the spotlight, but that's not the point. The point is the Warrior of Light is supposed to be having a break. This is our vacation arc, and someone else gets to take someone else gets to take the burden of being... or having all the responsibility for a while, whereas we get to finally have a breather.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, have a breather, like, and mostly have a chance to be just an adventurer again.
Pretty much. That's like the idea. The whole idea is like we getting to finally get a break and just be an adventurer once, rather than like having to shoulder all this responsibility, and we get to share the responsibility. It's not the best executed, definitely not, but like, I feel like definitely Wooklamart has got like potential. I like it. She is a cool character. She's funny, and she's got a lot of like. She's definitely got a lot of potential, but Dawntrail has not executed it in 100% the best way. But I don't think she deserves all the hate she gets.
Yeah. I mean, from what little bits I've picked up of like interviews and such, it sounds like they were expecting this to be not the best received because they were trying some new things with the storytelling.
Honestly, the thing is, you gotta remember with Endwalker, without spoiling it, it's like they've already confirmed that like Endwalker is like the end of the first big storyline. It is the final arc of the first chapter of Final Fantasy XIV. It is the final arc. It's like the first chapter is over with Endwalker. Like Dawntrail is a completely new chapter in the Warrior of Light and the Signs of the Seventh Dawn's like path. Like it's essentially the next chapter in the saga. They've already confirmed like that the Scions of the Seventh Dawn chapter of like Final Fantasy XIV that ended with Endwalker. That ends with Endwalker. That's a completely new chapter in everyone's lives. Dawntrail that's why they're trying something new, because it's like we've gone through A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood,
Shadowbringers.
Forgive me if I've missed anyone. Shadowbringers and Endwalker. That's the Scions storyline. That is the Scions arc of... Well, not arc, but that's the Scions chapter. That we're onto the next chapter, and the Scions are done, as it were, like, come to a close. There's no focus on primals in... like, once Endwalker ends, there's no longer focus on primals, it's more... They're trying to focus on the next kind of bit, which is why they basically say... in post Endwalker, you know, give yourself a chance to just go back to your roots. You're basically at the beginning of Dawntrail, going back to your roots. So it's like, it's set up for being able to go back to your roots, and it's like, yeah, they're trying new stuff, but it's like, the entirety of Dawntrail is, yes, I mean, it's partly you get to see Wooklamot's storyline, you're partly getting to be a new adventurer, but a big part of it is like you're also exploring other new lands, new areas, and certain characters' backstories and origins and such, without spoiling. And because you'll understand when you get to it what it explores, because it's like it's kind of obvious what it's going to explore. It explores like a lot of stuff at once, but it's also setting up like it's clearly setting up for both the next post-patch and the next expansion.
I'm all the more excited.
It's building up to something.
So yeah, definitely building up to something, because I do like how they have a tendency to build up. Like, example, the build up to Shadowbringers, I think was quite well done.
Yeah, honestly, like, I've always felt like, well, Wooklamart gets a lot of focus in Dawntrail, but again, the reason she gets so much focus throughout the MSQ, she doesn't, like, the main part of the MSQ is, she literally hires the Warrior of Light and companions as mercenaries, basically, as adventurers. We get hired on, so it's obvious. It makes sense why it is her journey that we gotta follow.
Exactly,
like, us on.
It's her journey, and we're the hired help.
Pretty much. Except, of course, when she finally like achieves her goal. So it's kind of obvious that she will achieve her goal. Otherwise, it'd be annoying. I've gone through all that work and she fails, but like, once she achieves the goal that she's hired to hire us to do, it's like, okay, let us do our jobs now, please. Don't, you know, take more of a back. Okay, actually, to be fair, once she does become Dawn Servant, because, you know, it's like, it's freaking obvious. She sounds, if she wouldn't be a main character in Dawn Trail if she wasn't going to become Dawn Servant. That's kind of a given. That's not even a spoiler. It's like, if you know anything about storytelling, then you know for a fact that the character that hires, like, she's hired the main character of the story, so she is going to succeed. That's kind of the given, because if she failed, it'd just be a giant middle finger to the player and the audience. So that's just kind of a foregone conclusion. It's like, you know, you're not just gonna have her get killed off or whatever. You know, you are going to eventually have her become Dawn Servant, but once she ends up like completing that, she does take a lot more of a back seat, like, to the action once she finally becomes Dawn Servant, because she's got responsibilities. She's still rather proactive, but she takes way more of a backseat.
Sounds fair.
However, I feel like in the very, very final fight, like in the Interphos, which is the level 100 dungeon, or the level 100 trial, which is the very last boss of the MSQ, she does not need to absolutely steal the scene at the end. That could have gone so much more differently without her just jumping into the fight and basically just kind of... That is the only time I think Rocklamart was, like, shoehorned in such a way that, like, you know, we didn't need that. Yeah, I felt like she could have been included maybe in a cutscene, but she doesn't need to be included in the actual fight itself. She's even included in the replays rather than like the MSQ only unique cutscene. Since she's actually built into the mechanics of the fight, and I don't like that part. It's like, yeah, you kind of screwed the pooch here, because like, Rocklamart's cool and all, but I feel like you're kind of making her a bit too OP with that one. To be fair though, she is being used as the morality pet, again, by TV Troops terms, so it's like, yeah, that makes sense at that point, but like, I'm definitely hoping that, as much as I like her, and as much as Rocklamart is cool and all, I hope she definitely takes more of a backseat in post-patch, rather than being like one of the main cast. Like, she does great as a supporting character, but having her as like one of the main casts like Alphino or Alize, no, she's not an Alphino, an Alize, or a Thancred. Absolutely not. And she's certainly no Estinian. I feel she'd do better as more like a Minfilia or an Oriange kind of role, you know, like, yeah, you can have her as a main character, but don't like give her such like a prominent role like a Estinian, Alphino, or Alize. Maybe tone her down a bit, make her more like Thancred. Or hell, even Lise. Actually, Lise would be the perfect fit, actually. Like, don't put her in too much, like, give her, like, a support role as main character. Don't, like, try to shoehorn her in too hard.
Yeah. Couldn't think of it, though, after Stormblood. I did kind of miss having Lise around on a regular basis. But, yeah.
Oh, don't worry. Lise will be back. You'll see her again.
Yeah. I mean, again, it does make sense because she does have new responsibilities now.
Indeed. But you'll be seeing a lot more, well, actually, to be fair, you'll be seeing a lot more of Kryle. But then again, I think Kryle was partly brought in to replace Lise. Like, she was partly, but no, Kryle was partly brought in to, like, fill the void left by Peppelimo and Lise.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a pair I do miss from the earlier days.
I mean, let's be fair. Kryle only came in after Peppelimo died, right? Yeah, I think, yeah, she was, what did this cry out at, like, because Papalimo sacrificed himself in, I want to say, post-Heavensward? Yeah, post-Heavensward, because he wasn't in Stormblood.
Yeah,
that was when Fleece was revealed to Fleece.
Like, I want to say Baelsar's Wall or the Gimlet Dark.
Baelsar's Wall, absolutely. It was the Battle of Baelsar's Wall where Papalimo sacrificed himself.
Yeah. We have had a surprising number of character deaths involving Scions, so...
I mean, to be fair, the only one that really didn't hit, the one that, like, doesn't hit the hardest was Moonbreeder, because she was introduced in post-ARR and killed off in post-ARR. It still had an effect, but it's like, we didn't have as long to get to know her, like, as, like, Papalimo or Minfilia, for example. Like, Papalimo, we'd known him since, especially if you start out in Gridania, you have known Papalimo and what was her name? And Ada. Oh, not Ada. Ada. We'd known Papalimo and Ada, or at least it's revealed as being since the beginning of ARR. If you start out in Gridania, especially.
Yeah. Even further, if you're a 1.0 vet and again start in Gridania.
It's like you've known them since the beginning, especially if you start out in Gridania, and get to know them more throughout Heavensward. Minfilia as well. Yeah. It's like losing Papalimo is a kick in the teeth, since we had full expansion in the post, 2 post patches with them.
Yeah, and Minfilia also because, in particular, if you start in 1.0 in Ul'dah.
But with Minfilia, it took like all the way up to Shadowbringers to fully go. So that's ARR, Heavensward, and Stormblood, where we've still got a chance of seeing Minfilia, and Jesus Christ, that kicked Fang through the teeth.
Yeah.
I think the one that said the least impactful death was like least impactful but still impactful, like emotionally, was Moonbreeder, because we had so little time to get to know her. But it was absolutely a kick in the teeth getting into this new character, then she just gets killed off just so suddenly.
Yeah. And another thing that's still kind of stuck with me, that one cutscene at the finale for the post A Realm Reborn stuff before Heavensward with the Sultana.
Oh yeah. That was
that was a surprisingly gruesome scene. Just the way they...
I mean... Oh yeah. Honestly, I would say the most satisfying part of that scene, to let you out of Lechi's death.
Oh, definitely,
the
yes.
Bastard had it coming.
Yeah, that son of a bitch had that coming and more.
To be fair, though, I still don't like Lord Lolorito.
Yeah.
I want to punt that little bastard into the first.
Yeah. I wouldn't be opposed to yeeting him to the 13th.
No, I mean like, just quite literal. 13th again?
That's the one that's pretty much the polar opposite of the first. It's the World of Darkness.
Oh yeah, no. The reason I say that yeeting him from Hydaelyn, or the court, it was just, I can't remember the name of it. Yeeting him from the source to the first is because the first is the furthest away physically. Like physically yeeting him off the first all the way, or yeeting him off Hydaelyn all the way to the first.
Yeah, maybe if we got lucky, he'd also run into one of the a few remaining stray Endwalkers. Oh wait, Sin Eater.
Sin Eaters, yeah.
Yeah.
Then again, there is another answer, but you don't know that one yet, so I can't say. But trust me, Endwalker is... Oh god, Endwalker is working good. I can't tell you much, I can't tell you anything because it would absolutely spoil the surprise, but good god. Like... You will enjoy the later parts of Endwalker's story. Like, when we getting into the finale sections of Endwalker... Oh, you will love it. Like, trust me, it is, like, peak. There's a reason, I think there's a reason why Dawn Trail, like, even, like, post-Endwalker is pretty good. But I think there's a reason why Dawn Trail has been seen as pretty weak, especially since it's supposed to be the next chapter in 14. Or the beginning the next chapter of the story, as it were. It's because, like, it's really, like, Endwalker's ending is really hard, it's something that's is really hard to follow up on. Because it is such a peak, it's such a peak ending that will hit you in the feels. In multiple ways.
And perhaps the next time I end up streaming this, I should probably see if I can go for an earlier stream start time so I can have more time focused to just getting through all the cutscenes so we can get towards the more of the fighty stuff.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Because, yeah, I have sorely underestimated how many cutscenes I'd be getting into on this first stream.
Yeah, I think the next stream we just like spend a little bit of it like just doing like just actually doing some just running roulettes to break up some of the cutscenes.
Yeah.
Because the thing is about the Fathnir sections, so especially in Yeldermod.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is, since we're Yeldermod, rather than Radz at Han, like Radz at Han and Yeldermod are very, very, very story based. Like there's a lot of cutscenes here, and honestly, it doesn't start picking up in combat until you actually start getting to the next area, and I can't tell you what that is, I'm afraid. Sorry, Nate.
It's all part of the surprise.
Oh, I will say though, that glamour you're wearing, you might want to change it. And pack something, I don't know, like... Pack something warm. Because it's going to get very, very cold.
Oh dear.
In fact, pack a parka, because it's going to be freezing. And I mean a wool parka. In fact, actually, you will actually specifically get an item from, what the hell's her name again? Lalafell Receptionist. Get a name. A brain part.
Tataru?
Yeah, Tataru. Tataru will actually get... Ooh, hey, so there's a question wrong. Tataru will actually give you a specific glamoring item, and I recommend equipping it before you're going in, because it's literally a winter jacket. You will need it, trust me. You don't want to be going in dressed like you're going dressed for summer, because like if you're dressed like say dressed like this, you're gonna be freezing you're gonna be freezing those ears of yours off. call it here, because we just kind of ramble and just like...
Yeah, we did kind of get to the point where we started turning this into more of a podcast, but yeah, sometimes just
yeah, we've been going for nearly 4 hours at this point.
Yeah, we got less than 30 seconds before we officially cross the 4-hour mark.
We should probably call it there then, I think.
Yeah, I figure worst case scenario, I can upstream mop up the side quests, and then next stream continue with the main story, because got the stuff here, but I've also got the second half also that's back at Charlayan that I need to work on as well, because they basically want me helping them on both sides of the things, but I'm handling this side first.
Yeah, I think I've just had an idea. We could actually make an actual podcast stream. Just the two of us just standing around, like, in-game, just, like, shooting the shit like that. That'd actually be kind of a fun idea.
I mean, it's not the first time something like this has happened. I mean, back when I was streaming the Coffee Talk games, there were so many times in that thing where we just kind of lost track of the plot and just started going off on tangents because some of the things they brought up got us talking.
Yeah, I think definitely next time we should definitely break up some of the cutscenes, like individual cutscenes with like roulettes and such. It's gonna be.
I think for the next...
Maybe that'll prevent us from from just rambling like this again.
Yeah, I mean it's been a good talk, and yeah.
Oh no, absolutely.
So yeah, next Final Fantasy XIV stream, I'll save the roulettes for for us to do midstream, because I think the one potential roulette I might still do on my own off stream, mostly because it's potentially more cutscenes, is the main scenario roulette, because that gives good bonuses, but if you hit the Praetorium...
God, is it long, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, which one's Praetorium again?
It's the second one, the one where you actually fight against Baelsar.
Oh God, again?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've got Castrum Meridianum, that's the one where you're going in and you end up fighting against Livia San Julius.
You fight Livia, right?
Yep. The Praetorium, which is where you fight against Baelsar. And I have on multiple occasions when he's doing his monologue, literally gotten up, made, and fully eaten a sandwich before he's done monologuing.
Yeah, that is one of the... Yeah, that was like... There is a running gag about that one. It's like you can literally just like take a bathroom break in that cutscene.
Yeah, I have.
Really feel like it.
Yeah.
As have I, actually. That cutscene is so long you can take a damn bathroom break. I mean, I'm not gonna knock Richard Epcar for his voice acting, because it is Richard Epcar and he's an excellent VA.
Yes, excellent VA.
Good God, is it chewing the scenery?
Oh, the thing is, I think just about every actor wants to have at least that one role where they're the scene-chewing villain, because those have gotta be so much fun to play.
I mean, it doesn't just chew the scenery, it just turns the scenery into freaking bubble gum. It chews it that much.
So yeah, I think probably best to keep the main scenario roulette out of streams, because if we get the Praetorium, whoo boy, get yourself a sandwich. Okay, this is gonna be a good time for us to take a little bathroom break. We'll be back when... Oh, that's... does he have any salt for that scenery? Because he's chewing the heck out of that.
Yeah, I think we should definitely stop now, because we're gonna keep going otherwise.
So, all right, thank you for coming. It's been a pleasure, and we'll try and balance this out a little bit better on the next time. This was, the first time round.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, to everyone who came by to watch the stream, Thank you so much. Yep, thank you, Kinsect, for the follow. Thank you, Triel Wolfblood, for the follow. Thanks again to Stormy for coming and joining, and for everyone who just came by to lurk. Thank you so much, and I hope you all had a good time. I most certainly did. And it definitely feels so good to be back from my vacation, and this is definitely why I need to get things rolling, because if all goes according to plan, the next stream, that's probably going to be on Saturday, it'll be time to start Yakuza 3.
Oh, I need to definitely outpace you then. I'm still on Yakuza 3 because my controller broke, but you know.
Yeah, I finally made it to Yakuza 3. Yeah, Yakuza Kiwami 2 definitely hit me in the feels right at the end there, because with the whole Majima saga. I was not expecting that little victory run with getting behind the Mad Dog of Shimano again to just give me that gut punch right at the end there. But yeah, we'll see what Yakuza 3 has in store for me next time. So,
indeed.
Until next time, y'all take care now. Bye-bye.